Big Sunday, emotional Genshin day. We're heading up to Neuvillette's office. We're going to discuss the problems of the world with him. I'm going to maybe sort out a plan. Things are going to kick off. It's going to involve the Archon. It's going to be big.
You're here! Finally! Is something wrong? Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalors, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
All right, true, yeah. We found these ancient slates and they had depictions of her falling in the water.
You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
It's getting tense.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You
made him go red.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Well, he's cross and she's run off. Literally run off, look.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems deeply troubled, like she's hiding something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice, apparently. My answer. We need to make her understand how dire the situation is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
And what's she going to be on trial for?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
I don't know if I'm in for this plan, but yeah.
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
Apparently we're going to help, but I'd say no, I don't know about this. Like, she said to leave it, and she said that she had it all in control. I'd try and like back her up and go and say, look, they're about to try and put you on trial, so do you want to tell us the truth before we do that? Because there's going to be trouble, and we can help you. I'd rather be on her side than this, but yeah.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Oh, I think I know who to call. The Fatui. Or Navia. A few days later on a boat, somewhere in quiet Poisson.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster,
The Fatui.
so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
Please
And
continue.
here you are drinking
set the
tea
green
like
screen.
it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
Good sir. I like that she
I
talks.
fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That
From
was a
here.
little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something.
I can't even place her accent where it's from.
As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Yeah, it feels like I'm working with the baddies. I don't like this.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Here's the plan then.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus.
Randomly bringing in
Today,
some stuff now.
Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
Dickhead.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
This is a weird conversation. I wish we'd just get on with
I
it.
do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Apparently so.
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate.
Look,
But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
yeah, we shouldn't be judging God.
Oh, so that's what's going on.
Chlorine's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt because that's not what you should do at present. Apparently, the relationship between you and Furina reached such a dire stage. Nor has the relationship between... Okay. What you need is simply the secret she's keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters, apparently. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That's what you'll need. So I've got to entrap God to telling me her secrets to save the world. And I don't agree with it, to be honest. I think we could just be kind to her and, like, you know, we could do it a different way, but apparently this is the way we're doing it. All my friends have decided this is the way we're doing it. Secret base now. Oh, the water down here is fucking horrible. I fell in it. That's a good start to my quest. Fell in the horrible, dirty water. Well, I'm here at the secret base anyway, so... Big up Sandra Stars Wolf. And Smarty Arty. If you're all going to chat, I'll put the chat back on,
It's been
but...
a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Those meetings sure did make me hungry, apparently.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Tonight's episode apparently will build into quite an emotional finale, we think, we hope. So.
Well, of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After
Fill
all,
it-
you're the
fill a
most
text.
reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I didn't pour any tea. Maybe God is here.
Then what's that?
Somebody's going to join us.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened.
See,
I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
interesting.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
I'm in the water.
Have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
I don't remember that, but yeah.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Cruel would know who this is. I think it might be Clee's mom. Who are you?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
My friend's disciple. It's another god, isn't it? This is one of the friends of Mona's master, maybe. The enigmatic N of Hexenzirkel. These are like old witches or some shit. Like good witches, though. Will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Teyvat so easily be changed?
There is again fate. Can there be no exceptions?
So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
Oosh.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality.
The voice. It's gone.
Is this the clue you're leaving for us? I didn't take much from that, to be honest. I found it to be a bit more filler, but the unexpected news leads to complicated feelings. I couldn't read that. It's gone. When you wake up, someone seems to be outside.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Here's Mona. She came down yesterday. She came down yesterday because she was on a panel to talk about the future of Fontaine and the prophecy, and she just happens to be in the area, and she's a water witch as well. So
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
actually, someone already spoke to us.
Huh?
We tell her about the mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Her words are meant as a helpful hint.
Traveler, Paimon?
We're thinking...
We're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone.
I get it, you want to help.
You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Bye.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But also kind of sad, too.
I'm not feeling it yet, Paimon. Feels like filler to me.
Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Oh, fucking hell. I don't buy this. I mean, I was told this is a really good, like, you know, this part of the quest, this story mode is really good. And I'm not buying this. It wants me to feel nostalgic for this place that I've been spending my time in for the last few weeks. And I don't really walk past all these places all the time. I've spent my time really quite pointedly going at the quests, opening up the world, not really wandering about past the newsstands. And I'm going to have little conversations as we go. We're going to meet, you know...
Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Maybe we're famous.
Clemency! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
She's writing a story about us.
Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Continue moving forward. I got this feeling like I'm going to visit all these locations and then a little bit of a thing is going to happen at each. And then da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da, and I'm just like, what? Up to over here. What now?
We're here! Paimon's hungry.
We're here. what even is happening? At the moment, I was looking forward to really good story mode, and I told you I was in a slightly bad mood when we start, but I'm like, when is it going to start? Like, when is it going to be happening? What's going on?
Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
Oh, that special cake, yeah, that we saw earlier in the thing. Yeah, brilliant. I don't care.
It was so delicious the last time we... 1 slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia. Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat. Wait, did he really say something like that? That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. Do you come here often? Usually every day. Every day? It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee. Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? But why would it close? Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy. Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No. Still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No. It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know. Huh. Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
These Melusine are quite thoughtful, aren't they, really?
Oh, you know Sijuin? I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
That was very well voice acted. This one so far is... Whoever did this one's brought it up a little note. Our little slice of cake friend who just explained to us to live for today and don't worry about tomorrow, you know. Smoke them if you got them. Smoke them if you got them.
All right, let's dig in. I'm sure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow.
But we're busy eating cake.
We could always eat delicious food here.
Instead of getting on with the quest. But again, it's like driving this point home to us, isn't it? These are nice things you like in life, and one day they might be taken away from you forever. And it's making me feel emotional. Mainly because we're doing it on I'm such a nonce. Not a nonce, a ninny. Mainly because we're doing it on Remembrance Day, sad day, you know, War Dead Day.
We're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
And I'm trying to do this now without actually like getting emotional right now. Like yesterday in Genshin Impact, in the game, there was a scene where there was like a natural disaster, like a tsunami effectively, and all the people were disastered and there was some sadness. And I was like, well, that's a bit like how, you know, in Gaza there's all these refugees, all the people had to leave and be refugees essentially. And I was like, it's you know, pertinent, isn't it, on Armistice Day, talking about refugees and war and stuff, and like the whole point of Armistice Day is to not have any more wars. And now they're going to do this thing to me today where they're like, these are all the nice things you take for granted and they could be taken away from you like that. So, you know, this has already got me going. Like I said, they know what they're doing, they're smart. Why is my fucking green screen looking funny? The lights, no. Why is it looking so strange? Anyway, yeah, they're very clever and they're very good at doing this, and it's very good writing, I think. Off to the Steambird for our next bit of good writing.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
I have, Charlotte.
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that.
I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
Paimon likes
You're
food.
almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
Dover and Dolly's
Mona
one.
mentioned you. We thought of coming to see you
Hiya.
at work.
We talked briefly about Alan at the start, but just covered what he did today briefly, and then we're straight into this really. And this game is promising today that it's going to deliver an emotional finale. So I know that everyone doesn't always follow it too strongly or whatever, but like this is the day where everyone falls in love with Genshin, even if they just got it on in the background. So
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine.
we'll talk Alan maybe at the end again. Like he hasn't done anything special. He's just done his crappy show about the. He just played the news today, and you know against the backdrop of he's wrong, and everyone else is saying that he's wrong. And everyone else in the world is saying he's wrong, and that the right-wing nationalists were bad people who deserve to be locked up because 100 of them were locked up.
So she mentioned me? What did she say?
And yeah, I'm going to cry during emotional ending. I already nearly just went then when they were on about the cake, and the little Melusine brought us the cake and said, well, if I'm going to die tomorrow, I'll have cake today. Like,
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
we're going to do an interview, maybe
Yeah.
later.
Are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe
in
later.
that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait,
Oh,
Charlotte,
stops.
Paimon's still got a question for you.
Yeah, have you, Paimon?
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily.
I'm already going. I'm already going. It's because it's. I'm going to be a nightmare today because it's a build-up of all this Gaza stuff and seeing all that stuff on the telly.
From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless.
Pickup's cruel. I've told everyone it's going to be emotional today, and I've prepped everyone for it, and then I've already started to go along this walk up through Fontaine, eating the cake. I was like, it's the last bit of cake we're going to eat, the Melusine. The Melusine just wants to eat a cake. And then I know what it is. It's because in the world of Alan, I've been reflecting on the Gaza story quite a lot. And I've got my own private thoughts about that, you know. Well, they're not that private either. You know, I feel terrible for the people that are having to suffer. And now she's putting this into like harsh perspective about like it's almost like they've written this and then instructed Israel to invade Gaza so that the Genshin Impact story could be extra pertinent. But of course, we do remember that this is written like China have had their own issues with wars over the past, and you know it's supposed to be reflective of European situation, isn't it, as well? So there's so much like subtext in it that I've prepared everyone in chat. I'll turn your chat on if you're going to chat as well. If the chat's not going to roll, I'll turn it off because it just sits up there. But if it is going to roll, I'll turn it on and you can be seen chatting. Yeah. So it's Tissues Day today. It's Tissues Day. I don't need, like, we can talk about it all, I suppose, but I need to push through the story. But I'm just telling you, like, this is the day where everyone falls in love with Genshin.
Send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible.
But I'm already in love with it. I already know what's going to happen. That I'm going to be
I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic. But I do love my job. And I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
We shall. Are we gonna? Oh, we got magic to there.
Scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
Well, it's soothing. He's going to rise and kill everyone, but yeah.
Paimon's been thinking.
Yeah?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Teyvat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to hack it tonight. I don't know. Maybe I'm especially emotional because it's Remembrance Day. But Paimon, I suppose we go and kill some illy churls, and then we go to the Cat's Tail, play a game of TCG. Maybe walk up to Good Hunter, get you Hunter's one of your favourites. Paimon, get you your favourite, thing, and then. I mean, I'd want to see Leeway, but we'd just go up on the hills, wouldn't we, and blow with the daffodils. There's not the daffodils, the dandelions. Oh, God. How am I going to make
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do? We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing? Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meropide, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervilette sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House.
The Marechaussee Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
The Marechaussee Phantom.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her.
I think I know exactly why. I've got to say things without just falling apart and crying, right? But I know exactly why that whole sequence about the last day is so... It's not just the Gaza thing. It's also because I've had to do that. Don't worry, I'm not going to fall apart and cry. I'm okay. But I've had to do that with, like, beloved pets, I guess, like dogs, members of the family, and members of the family as well. So,
loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
like, for example, on Navin's last day, I had this big bag of pig's ears that we were giving him, once every now and then. Pig's ears, and dried treat pig's ears. And I just got the bag and I said, well, you might as well have all of them. And I just tipped them all out in front of him, like a load of them. And he was like, what the fuck? All the pig's ears? And I was like, yeah, all the pig's ears, go for it, son. And he chewed off just the bit in the middle, like the hairy bit in the middle. He had his favourite bit of them, obviously. He just chewed the bit off in the middle of all of them and left a load of them. And then later on, when we got Marlowe, I gave him a couple of these pig's ears, and he was like, someone's already been chewing this. And I was like, yeah, it's a gift from your Uncle Nene, He's already had the good bit.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
God's gone missing?
You mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god, after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her? Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
That's good, though, Dolly's
Don't worry. This is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back.
She's heading back. Colette says, hopefully I'll come back with a comedy soon.
Sounds like we should hurry over to Port Sullivan.
This is autoplaying. It's okay to feel emotional. I think this is part of the... this is like one of the things I actually love about Genshin Impact. Like, it's okay to explore emotions. It's good to do that. And in the space of something like this, or films, other media, it's at its best when it helps you explore emotions. And so the fact that I can reflect on why I'm feeling like that and what it is in me that I'm reflecting on that's that's resonating with it, it can help us to deal with these things. So it's good. I think it's good. So I get it that people feel emotional at different times, and we don't always want to stare down the void, but I think it's human to feel these things. And so for anyone that does feel emotional through Genshin Impact today, if anyone does get like I do on these, because it's going to do it, it's going to take us on the emotional roller coaster. I'm already right prepped and I'm really, aware of it. It's good to do it. It's fine to do it. And then afterwards we'll watch something fun and have a laugh and feel better, and then bedtime. It's good. It's good.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat.
In fact,
And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone.
if we get through this, like in due time, we'll probably watch a bit of Alan and have a bit of fun and do something, yeah. So
When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh? In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
if I saw him, we come. Well, I can magically teleport my way there. The dog's barking now.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
I don't know why we decided she's here, but apparently she's here. She is here, look.
That's Furina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out.
Now she's sad.
I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Who's she talking to? Is that the old Archon?
Who's that?
I think something's trapped in the
Don't worry,
primordial sea.
Furina, it's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marish Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
My dialogue is, stop trying to act tough, Furina. You're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
Oh, God.
Quick, after her!
What you be... After her? What about all your fish?
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They seem to be after you.
They are... They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Furina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Okay. Should have run with her then instead of waiting. Oh, we're running. Everyone's running. Careful, you're slippy around here. Just going for an extended little jog sequence. Oh. Oh, we hidden. Done some hiding. That was smart.
This should be the over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
She's a bit like Mona, isn't she? In lots of ways. Big up, Seb. The hints are follow Paimon and press V on your keyboard if you're playing on keyboard. Like, get the...
Paimon's exhausted.
Get the... if you follow the story quest, it would give you a golden trail to follow.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Yep, that's a good girl.
Talk quietly. Uh-oh.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, but the people of Poisson, they've already...
We talk to ourselves. We talk amongst ourselves as she calms down.
I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
She's going to let us in on the secrets now.
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to
See,
me.
and now we're on the baddies team, trying to put her on trial as well.
All kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea.
We should be on her team.
Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
Big up Slinky, who says she's not going to cry, she's just here for the chat, because she doesn't even know what... Yeah, but wait till later, when it picks up, and just see if you see...
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
That would also mean all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. We can't go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Farina, you don't have to share this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden? That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
You can still tell me. I'll be a witness.
Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
She's going to tell us, please, hurry up and tell us whatever. And is it going to be animated? Yes. Fucking yes. Yes, do more of this, Genshin. And anime all the time. Not this isn't full animation, is it? This is still character model, but. Oh, shit's gonna go down. Oh, we're on the stage. What the fuck? Magic Linley. When that shaking had happened, it was magic and we were on the
Ladies
stage.
and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Linley.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
This is what the Fatui do. They're bad.
So this
Now
is
it looks like
what it is.
we kidnapped her.
Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes.
She's gonna hate
Do
us.
not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Fighting God now.
You would draw your blade against a god?
She's like, fuck yeah, I would.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Don't fuck with Clorinde. Is she gonna fight Clorinde? She's not. There's no way. She's gonna do the trial.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Apparently so.
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
Shh. It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
No, she's showing there's nothing up her
I
sleeves.
raised my hands just now to indicate my
Alright, no.
acceptance of the trial.
I thought she was gonna
No
go this
duel shall be necessary.
and then pull off a magic trick, but no.
I will admit that I've been running away for a long time.
Yeah, that we got her in a trap. It's just bizarre though, because I know that. Well, I'll put the chat on as well. Yeah. I know that. I know that I thought that we were literally there to be like friendly to her. Like, I know that we're part of this bad group and we're following their thing, but I thought we were like. So we trapped her basically, and now we're part of the group of the Fatui that trapped her. And like, she's a good Archon. Like, she's trying to do the right thing in her own misguided way, like most of the gods are, I suppose. But like, just I feel like we should have been honest and open with it. Now she's going to hate us.
I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes.
Here we go.
You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself.
Bit more Opera House.
But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice.
Fair play, she's
This
getting well leggy.
time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo!
Oh, now we're making history.
I did make it into the game. That was me. I got a point. Woohoo!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Naveen, not me. Not me. I don't want to prosecute God.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
They fucking put me in the seat. It's not fair. It was all the Fatui and Nouvelette and all them, and now I'm in the seat. Fucking cheated me up. I don't want to be in the seat. I like her. I think she's cool. If anything, I want to be on her team, defending her.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
Are we going to tell what happened in between now? And like...
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes
This is how we
and
did
came
the
to
trick.
the Opera House as regular audience members.
To be honest, I don't care.
Waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn
even
smoldering
bothered to
anger
animate it.
into a flame.
They've just done still frames.
According to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself.
Oh, very clever, Sherlock Holmes.
We arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean... the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
I've got it and they shipped it here, yeah. The fucking annoying thing is that they're now saying that I'm completely in on this, and I said, why don't I go in the magic box? No, I'm completely in on this. I stitched up the god.
As the super ultimate version of the
stitched up
setup
God.
that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased
I get it.
by
It was a big
whole order
box.
of magnitude.
And now it's on the
And
stage. I
distance
get it.
traversed was the entire
Shut up,
gap
Lindy, you
between
stupid
Poisson
Fatui.
and it was an arc. My thanks,
Shut up.
Farine.
We carried her there in the box.
Of course, this performance was only
Yeah,
made
they carried her there
possible
with this
father's
Fatui
support. We
stuff.
had to select.
So, in a...
Bad Fatui stuff.
Wasn't a sign of another
I got it.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, all so that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch.
Got
Yes,
it.
that is
We were just
correct.
here, we just saw that.
Well, Clorand, as for you, traveler, you'd make sure that
Now she
I
hates
didn't
me.
notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
And apparently no.
Oh?
But I think she's got that right. My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage. Well, she kind of was doing that.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
Yeah, I feel like we're getting away with that. I don't know. We're not really getting away with that. We were
It
new.
matters not. What's done is done.
We're the prosecutor.
The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Damn it, she hates me. She's pointing at me. The only thing we can do now is to judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by the conversation earlier. What did Farina want to say to me right before we arrived on stage?
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Thank God, anything that would.
Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too!
Good.
Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from
Okay.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it.
No.
Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Yeah, go on then. Quickly remind me of everything I've been doing.
The Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
Actually, it's acceptable if she's going to make little comments.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
That was the serial disappearances. Then child's conviction. What have you got to say about that, Charlotte?
This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratories. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
I'll listen to her saying what she thinks about me meeting the knave.
A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
She's a baddie. The intrusion of the Primordial Sea into the Fortress of Meripede.
The Fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
The whale in the dream.
According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the Primordial Sea at that time.
Navia falling into the seawater.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
And tea time with the mysterious N.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. That was weird, but I enjoyed it actually. I
The
enjoyed
prosecution
that.
and the
There we
defense
go.
are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this.
I like the way she says fast forward to the good bit, but by delaying it by doing a lot of talking.
Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but
It's my
my
voice.
charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
No, because I've wished for her and I've got her, and she's the Archon. Don't tell me this. This is fucked. What? She's not really an Archon. Don't tell me. I've wished for her and I've got. You can't refund the wishes. I will cry. I will cry. I got her on like second wish. I was like putting the squad running around. I've got 2 Archons now. Got my Archon from the green Archon. I've got another Archon. I don't have all the Archons. I don't have Venti. I don't have the Lorax. I don't have the fucking the Raiden Shogun. I don't have all them, but I've got Sumeru's Archon, and I've got the don't.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
But I've leveled her up to level 70.
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
And does that mean that this person that I've seen in the sort of teaser things, this person up in the sky is the real Archon and the one that I really want? And I'm going to have to wait and wish for that one. Because the next wish I'm going to do is Navia, isn't it? We're going to get her. Like, I'm stacked up ready. And then we're going to get another Archon.
Charge accepted.
What? You can fuck off, Neuvillette.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Oh, don't. I would say all my primos, but it didn't cost me a lot of primos because I already prepped them ready. But, like, you know.
Lady Farina.
Lady Farina, are you for real?
I plead not guilty.
Yeah, okay, fine.
How can I be guilty?
Yeah, she's an Archon.
There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Although, didn't she get done in the street? Do you remember when she got done in the street? And was it the Fatui one did her over in the street? That happened, didn't it? And we were like, why would she let herself get done in the street like that? She's an Archon. Oh my god. Now, who is she then? Like, she better turn out to be someone good and interesting. Because, no god power. Yeah, great. Shit. Why did Genshin do that to us? We've all wished for her. We've all... And then they're like, yeah, by the way, she's not really an Archon. She might have the hat, yeah. She might have the hat, but don't... Who's on the fucking statue then? Because doesn't the statue look a lot like her?
Yeah.
No, it's going to be that
Even
other one,
though
isn't
Lady
it?
Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Oh, fuck. You know the one that does the swimming, the god with the pearls, and she does the swimming, Yoima. You know Yoima, right? Yoima. They've done like a space Yoima, and that's going to be the real Archon, isn't it? Oh, for fuck's
Yeah,
sake.
I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
We'll find out. Apparently I know all about it.
Cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation.
Yeah, move on.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
I don't know. Oh, I've got to know. I'm supposed to know. Oh, why do they do this to me? I'm happy just watching it than doing this. I gotta work out why she lived so long. The serial disappearance women. Irrelevant, it says. It wants Charles' conviction, does it? Oh, I could do the meeting with the knave. Afflicted with some sort of curse.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan.
Paimon's giving it
And
her.
second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to use the Harbinger's words against a god. I'm on the side of the gods, but now you might not be a god, so I feel like just thrown. I'm totally thrown by it all. It doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
So, Farina, instead of an Archon, you could just be a cursed human? That's even worse.
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
I think what Genshin has to do at this juncture is make the new Archon playable and gift them to everybody who's got Farina. That's what we need. Not a refund, but a free gift Archon. If you got Farina, you felt like you got a bit cheated, then you're going to have to get a new free one. I don't even roll for the Fatui. I don't even roll for them. They did that to me with that fucking Linny and Lynette. Lynette wasn't who she... Big ups, Colette. You can ring up the shops these days and they deliver things. You can do it on the Just Eat
don't
or something.
start celebrating too early now.
Oh, you
Even
mean the
if
shop?
I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being?
Yeah, but I don't want to prove it.
Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine.
I mean, she's still got the cool shoes and the cool clothes, but...
One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
The one trial proved the opposite. Farina actually has no control over the Orisis straw at all. I thought it was right because it's the first one that was lined up.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans
Everything's
to
difficult
comprehend.
for me to comprehend, love.
There is no need
So-
to provide an explanation.
Check out my new hood alert. I got a new hood of It's All the World. But it's a bit small. It's a bit too small on me. But it's all the world, look. It's good, isn't it? Kurt Cobain used to have a jacket that he got from like a charity shop that was all the world on it. Shut up now, you shut up.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the
Lady
court is in
Farina,
session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. You will
Right.
prove yourself unable to defend it.
I know it's the court.
I never thought.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did
I know.
you, instead of
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
No, I would argue that it tried to drag Child down with it into the primordial sea in some way so that it could use him as a lever to get all this going and get itself out. God's trapped in the primordial sea. We're keeping it trapped there because we think we're doing a good thing to try and, keep the world safe. But actually it needs to come out so that it can save the world itself. And like the flood that we're trying to keep everyone, like it's like in reverse here, isn't it? Like the disaster that we're trying to save everyone from is God getting its, like God's well crossed and it's trapped under the sea. So like God wants to come out is what I'm thinking. Yeah.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's
Flyball.
confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your powers, please.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
But I've just wished for her and got her in my squad.
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
No, you trap the old god to force it to power everything.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Things are going against her.
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Oh god, it's been going on for years, right?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
The one that's coming up, the next, that's been teased, that looks cool, that looks like space what's her name?
If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
We've got to prove that she's just a human now. How do we prove that she's just a human? I don't know. None of these seem to line up. I'm just going to choose one.
That doesn't
It's
sound...
great. I don't know.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Or she might not be from Fontaine, but yeah.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court.
Naughty.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice.
Philotext.
Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson, including those...
Come on.
Miss Farina, if we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon...
I get it.
Touching Bud, if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human,
So now we want to wish for
she's probably
Navia.
Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Colette, good question, but I'm not taking it now because we're in the middle of this, but I'll take it later. Farina?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Minky, don't start.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
She put her hand in it. She's got a glove on.
Hey!
She's not from Fontaine, that's all.
I'm fine!
And she's got a glove on.
Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Sigewinne? If you're present, Miss Sigewinne, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Miss Sigewinne's here now. Sigewinne's here.
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
What's Sigewinne doing?
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss...
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Sigewinne. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
No, it just means you're not from...
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, We did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur.
So basically, they watered down the seawater so that it would have dissolved her if she was in fact. Like, I feel like they keep tricking us at every corner here.
We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I can't believe... You...
Furina can't have not known the consequences of touching it. She would rather have kept up the facade than her own life. Hasn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing.
Well, it's confusing, if anything. They should just let her dissolve.
How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also,
Everyone knows you're not an Archon now.
If I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
God, it's gone right too far now, hasn't it?
Please, everyone.
Oh, now she's sad.
Just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
She's sad now. There's the crying. He's cross. Or dispassionate.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
Bit of this weirdness.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is... guilty.
No music, just silence. She's crying on
We
the
shall now
throne.
turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges.
Oratrice Mécanique Cardinal. Guilty. Of not being the Archon. And we got her in we wished for her.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Furina is...
guilty. What? Not guilty.
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
It can't be. Did it just declare her innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Why did you go funny about it?
Correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
And who's going to be the...
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
Yeah, it is your fault, Paimon.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What more strange is instead of Farina, the Oratory surrendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratory seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Yeah, if she's not the Hydro Archon, then why are you going to murder her? I don't even know what's going on.
Excuse me, if I may
But I know
interrupt.
I'm pretty sure in my brain, I know that the Hydro Archon is under the sea, in the Primordial Sea. Trapped. She's done the
still
trapping.
going?
Freminet's here.
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Secret mission Freminet.
Any mission for...
Let's see what we did. With some help from the other Fatui, we bring up a stone slate. We've got another slate, you see.
That the first prophecy slate?
More stuff going on. It looks like the actual Archon, whoever the Archon is.
So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
Yes.
I looked everywhere.
You found it,
but
good.
Has the trial already concluded?
So it
Thank
looks
you
like...
for your hard
hang
work,
on.
Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Before you do it, I'm looking at it. It looks like all the people are stood on the shore, and you've got the actual Archon, and she's like opening her arms. She's got like someone else walking through a golden door. They've got little trousers on. I don't know who that is, with open arms as well. I don't even know what the fuck's going on. Let's see what Nuvalet says.
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you...
So now we're going to talk about the slates.
Huh? So what do you see? What?
The previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning Oceanids into human beings. All right, okay.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay.
To make sure that you've learned the information correctly, now it's your time for your exam. I'm not going to read what it's asking me to do. I'm going to skip that.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids?
Oceanids.
Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
So people of Fontaine are actually Oceanids. So when they get turned into humans, they get to live in Fontaine, and then we turn them back to Oceanids with the magic seawater, and they get really fucking cross, and like it's all bad, and we've been sad for all those people. Actually, we shouldn't feel sad for them because that's their natural form, and fuck them. I mean, it's a bit weird. This is a bit weird, and I think it should be the other way around. It should be that accidentally they got turned into Oceanids, but we can turn them back and save them. Like, I don't know. Anyway, plus on top of this, Paimon keeps saying Oceanids, and they can't possibly be Oceanids because it's the ocean. They're made out of the water, and the word is Oceanids. Like, come on. It can't be Oceanids. It must be Oceanids.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them.
I don't know what's going on.
This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing?
So they're bad people who got made out of Oceanids.
The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people.
That's what I'm saying. The real Archon is in the Primordial Sea, yeah?
That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
I think, isn't, like, Child trapped down there as well?
Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Great. What do you want me to do? Verify truth?
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans.
Well, then they're bad
This might
chuffers.
be the reason.
Like all Fontanians. So now what we're saying, right? Hang on. You're saying it's all just theatre performance. This might not all be true, maybe. Said Crawl earlier on, but I'm saying right. So if this is right, all the fucking all the fucking people in Fontaine are actually Oceanids. And Oceanids by nature are basically bad chuffers. We've met a couple of them along the way that have been like, you know, strangely good chuffers, and we've helped them. One lived in a bottle or some shit. But really, I've had to beat one up every day for about 6 months to get one of my characters leveled up. So Oceanids are bad chuffers in my opinion. And look at them, they're just like weird one-eye things made of the water. And when people get turned into Oceanids, they're all unhappy about it. But it doesn't matter because they really are Oceanids. So fuck them. Let it all go back to the sea, I guess. I mean, I don't know what's going on. Prophecy Slate 2. Celestia floating in the sky. The Hydro Archon worship it together, but the heavens brought down judgment. No. 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 No.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before.
I said
the true
that.
sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
And also, I said these slates could almost like run backwards. Like, but yeah, let's verify the truth of the next one. And this is the bit where I'm playing the game, apparently. It turns out the Fontainians... What am I saying? What's the next one? It won't even let me read what the fucking thing is. Hang on. Prophecy Slate 3. The stone slates in the ruin show history of the future. It shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When the stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
So Navia fell in there and she came back out because it was like some sort of judgment. And this last one I'm just going to...
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
But fuck it, we might as well let it happen. And also, we know Child's down there somewhere.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid.
An Oceanid, and they've always been Oceanids.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin.
Which is weird, and I don't know about... Like, the concept of original sin is actually a Catholic concept, which is like you're born a sinner, and like, you have to work that off. And also, she's not the Hydro Archon, but the Hydro Archon's been... So she's not to die. She can just get turned back into an Oceanid like everyone else, but the Hydro Archon itself is the one that should die.
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay.
Yep.
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Yeah, you're saying the idea is to prevent genocide, but I'm saying it's not genocide, right? Because they are Oceanids, yeah? They got turned into humans by a bad Archon who was messing about turning Oceanids into humans. We know that's bad because the fucking judgment has been cast upon them all. They've been given the curse of the original sin. So the fucking Celestia gods don't want this going on. They've said it's bad. So they're all bad chuffers who are messing about turning themselves into humans when they're not really humans. So I'm saying, let them be dissolved and be Oceanids again, and then fuck them off. Like, they're bad. Let's follow the judgment thing of the Oratrice de Manakinique Dananalik Cardinal, and let's just murder the Archon and move on to the next section where we get the Fire Archon, and maybe we can wish for them and they'll be good. Like, this is... Is Celestia good? Listen, I don't know anything about it really. I'm trying to find my twin brother so that I can deal with what's going on with the Abyss and maybe find my way home. That's my quest. What they've got going on here is just like fucking messed up. Oceanids, I've been there, I've met them. They're fucking bad chuffers. That's why everyone's in Fontaine's so uppity. That's why everyone in Fontaine's so fucking uppity. I mean, they've got the best dogs, but they're all fucking Oceanids. That's why they're always going on about the cafe, and like that dude's commissions were all about his paintings and going and fetching things for his paintings. Like, you know, fuck them. The landscape's nice, the swimming's nice, the chests are nice, the mechanic baddies are good because they're not real animals, but like, fuck the fuck. They've caused me all this trouble. Verification complete, look. They've caused me all this trouble. I've wished for her, she's not even the Archon. Got excited over there. Now I'm going to get Navia's going to kick her head in, and we're going to think Navia's the best. And we're going to wish for her next.
Gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it.
And she's going to be Geo, so we're going to wish for her and we're going to get her, and she's going to be Geo and useless.
We're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
The first slate reveals that Fontainians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
So these are not only these chuffers.
Not real humans.
These chuffers. I'm glad I didn't wish for Linny. These chuffers. Lynette, I've got her. Like, she's not even like not only is she a Fatui, she's also really an Oceanid. Okay, so like.
Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis.
Oceanids, you're subhuman scum. You're Oceanids. I have to. No, honestly, it's like learning that your great granddad was a hilly churl. Like, like, do you know what I mean? It's like, what? No, we're Oceanids. Okay, so I'm not really a human being. When I dissolve in the water, it's not bad because I go back to my original form, and we might as well all just fuck off into the sea and be Oceanids. Like, bad chuffers that get in the way and cause me trouble, and I have to fight them. I've met a couple, like I said, along the way who have had some sympathies with, but really, they're not. Like, I don't get this like human vibe from them. I get this sort of like sort of vibe from them. They're just not. Yeah, just fucking.
The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve.
We know Paimon.
According to Navia.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals the crime of the Hydro Archon. We've just been through this.
It follows from the content of the first slate that could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty.
The Hydro Archon's true sin.
Not you as well. Oh, she's one. Oh, for fuck's sake. I thought this was going to be an emotional end to this quest now, and now it is emotional because I'm just like... What? Oh, for fuck's sake. And I've got a wish on her knowing she's an Oceanid as well. Jesus.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese.
Alright, you.
Yeah. Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
And real humans can come and occupy the land and, like, you know, populate it and kill off all the Oceanids, like we've been doing in the game. Like,
Get all that right?
can we just play a game, please? No, I'm doing the quest here. This is my stream.
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know,
This is the game.
It is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
Oh, great. There's secrets only you know. Well, why don't you tell me then, you
When we were
dickhead?
at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable
I
to
get
come
it,
to
yeah,
a full
now what's your
that the
conclusion?
slate collection is complete.
Now tell me your conclusion then. Don't tell me 3 times that you're going to make I'm going to make a conclusion. I'm going to make a conclusion. I'm going to make a conclusion. I wonder what my conclusion is. Should I tell you my conclusion? Like,
I believe I should share this truth not only with
here we
you,
go, look, you see?
but with your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct.
Yeah.
In the Fontaine of Old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Oceanids. They're not fucking... Look how many of these things we had to kill.
The Oceanids were enamored with the
Oceanids.
beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind.
Well, they're not, so they can fuck
However,
off.
Even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But
Yeah.
if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies
I got
would
it. They go back, yeah.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original
we've been
sin,
through this.
appropriating the power of the primordial sea.
This is exactly what we've just all
That
learned.
is the true history of
I know.
So we were all Oceanids?
You are
for
Oceanids.
eternity?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
Oh, I changed your mind now.
Too much information for your regular Fontanian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Let's go back to collecting
Alas,
chests.
your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
What's the 3rd slate supposed to represent then?
A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Well, that's what we're doing now, isn't it?
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
We fucked up there then,
I
didn't
think
we?
I'm following now.
If you didn't want to...
So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy,
We actually
in
fulfilled the
truth,
prophecy.
Everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
Yes. We fucked up there.
What should we do?
I don't know. Just break the slates, let the world fill with the water, fuck it all off and move on to the next zone. Lock them in. So, you know, this is one of those, would you like to spend a crystal to get somebody out of the crystal maze? Or are they locked in? No, leave them locked in. We'll use the crystals for time in the dome. The more you want to escape Destiny, the more you work for it. I suppose, yeah, it's clever in a way, but, like, I just feel like Fontaine's cheating me. And big ups, look, Cadet, I'm not bad. I can't play a different game in the middle of this now. It's like we're watching a film and you want me to pause the film and do something different, but we're all in the middle of this. So I'll play games at the end of this. I'll tell you about I'll tell you about my best day ever, where I basically just went for dinner and it was a nice dinner. And it was in the cellar room of the restaurant, so it was like slightly more private, it felt like, and it was like kind of like, you know, dim light, and it was really good dinner. And then afterwards there was sex.
Huh.
There you go.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meropide served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes?
Well, that's what it told
However,
me.
I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
Well, yeah.
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
What child? What now? Oh, what's the source of the true catastrophe?
This
Look,
eruption
child's
is
down
just a
there.
small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Right. The prophecy's disaster will spread from here. My dream?
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
That's the real Archon god, no? Like, it has this massive power, doesn't it? Like when we had to destroy the big snake in Niue, or whatever.
The original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Well, Child's down there with it, isn't he? I don't even know what's going on now. Hopefully it'll play me a nice animation thing that I can watch. Yeah, brilliant. Space whale. I'm on the side of the space whale. Child Tartaglia, Mega Man, just being mean to it, having a go at it. He's a baddest, so I'm on the side of the space whale. I think free the space whale. Yeah, free Willy, free the space whale. What's he doing down there? He's a bad chuffer. I knew he was down there messing about. I knew that the whole time.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Yep.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat.
No?
It is a monster that has traversed the
Oh,
stars,
fuck this.
weeping all the while.
No. I don't like this, right? I think we're in the world of Tevat. I mean, it's just about acceptable that I've arrived here out of magic. Just about. But I like being in the world of Tevat. I don't want to be like, there's a monster from space that can go through space and time, and now he's, like, you know, like, and there's aliens. I don't want aliens. I don't want, like, Clockwork Mechanica is just enough. I think they're pushing towards, like, a sort of pseudo-technological world, which I don't really want. Like, the whole point of it is it's swords and dragons and stuff, you know, ancient mythology and all that. Like, let's keep it that way. Let's not have fucking space whales that have come from out of nowhere. So we could just have anything now. We can have Spider-Man. Spider-Man can come in. Like, just fuck this. Lots of stuff came from outside, I guess, but like, it should just all be tied into Tevia. It should all be, you know, inside the box. I don't want like magic tears in space and time where we can have fucking Spider-Man.
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea,
Whatever.
using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
Now we can just have anything from anywhere, just
and
make it up.
once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be.
And also, don't tell me that you enjoy fighting those ball things that are just round balls of energy with the little, like, they're space alien balls. Like, don't tell me they're good enemies.
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids,
she
filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Right.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
Really? So the space whale wants to eat them.
When it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
Did it just eat everyone?
We just barely managed to push it back, right?
Oh no, we pushed it back.
In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
Wait, we're going to fight the space whale now. Now the space whale is the baddie because it just is doing its own natural thing. Just naturally doing its own natural thing. It feels like it fancies snacking on this space alien blood or whatever. Am I right?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
It's eating the planet, yeah, but I mean, it's just, what? That's my point. Now I've got a space whale eating the planet. I mean, I suppose I'll fix it for everyone, as I tend to, but it doesn't, I don't jive with that. It's like, you just fucking whatever.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
It's bad from Star Wars versus Rebels. I think the concept's been around for a while as well, like a celestial, whale float. Like in the Discworld books, it mentions something like it. I think it might be an archetype in some way, but I just hate it for Genshin Impact. Big up Snippies. So space whales are good chuffers in Rebels.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
Yep, okay.
It is too late.
Wait, what do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it.
Yeah, but I'm here.
At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself.
Well, fuck it off then.
Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
Do you know what I mean? Now we've got a space whale.
That's not something I will accept.
No, you won't, no.
We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
No, we're all going to go and fight space alien whales. Now, it's like we're in Star Wars now or some bullshit. Like, we're in something else. But no, we're still in Genshin Impact. And yeah, we're going to do that, yeah. So we're going to do that. And then my other question is, who's the fucking Hydro Archon? Because everyone's got an Archon. Everywhere's got an Archon. Who is the real Archon?
Indeed. That's
and
not
these
how
chuffers
a
are bad
grand performance
chuffers.
I'll fight
Shut up,
to
you.
the end.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
No, we're like the Star Wars team and we're going to go and kill it. Don't worry, Paimon. Look, here we go. I'm not from Teyvat, so I can do some special
the
shit.
Prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Get me out on the whale. Get me on the whale. Just point me at the whale and fire me at it out of a cannon. And then I'll land on it and then I'll just fuck it up.
Prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future.
Okay. Maybe we save everyone, apparently. Well, obviously we do, so let's just get on with it. Furina, what she wanted to say to me something. What's her real secret?
What's happening with the Oratrice?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
But not her. She's not really the Archon, so it won't be popping at her, will it?
No, I still need answers.
This is the one. Who's this now?
You.
It's her. What?
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalors. You know, the god.
Focalors? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
So she is the Hydro Archon, but with different clothes on. Big up Xavier. Xavier, big ups. She is the Hydro Archon, but with different clothes on. So now I'm not cross, but I'm going to need these clothes. I don't want to pay for these clothes. I need these clothes for free because they mess me about. They made me feel like I'd wished for the wrong character and I haven't. So she is the Hydro Archon. There was an old Hydro Archon. Everyone's just messing about.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this.
I don't know what's
any
going on.
more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So wait, they are all Oceanids. And she doesn't even say Oceanid properly. They are all Oceanid still. Everyone is still a fucking Oceanid, and they're still bad, and it's still a load of mess, yeah? Still a load of mess. Big ups Mary Dulia. Sorry I can't tip or subscribe. No worries. You might get dropped to gifted one of these days. You never know. It's like Back to the Future. If the plot needs to take place, they can still live after that. Like, I just, if at the end of it they are really Oceanids, then fuck them. That's the way I'm seeing it. Because you don't think that I spent, like, that Oceanid sent a pig and some duckies, and there was a little birdie that, and the birds that fly up, the birds, and I think there was a squirrel as well. It sent all of those things made out of water at me, and I had to fucking deal with all that. Like, the waters of Chainsaw, coveting the shapes of the living. Water can take on any form. And then it has a pop at me. And then I have to kill it. And then, you know, true water will live forever or something like that. Like, you know, after all that, you're not going to make me feel sorry for a load of Oceanids.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids.
There you go. Look, somebody got gifted a tear sub. There you go.
I always dreamed
Thank you,
of
Sniffies.
becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
Who's Caliro? Is that the one that was in the bottle? Like, we've met some nice ones, you mean? Yeah, but they're still Oceanids, and they're still a bit creepy and weird. Like, when they talk and they go like, ooh, like, they're just, I don't have Oceanids on my list of people that I like on the poetry event. Yeah, she was like a sad Oceanid. But when she turned back into an Oceanid, she stopped being so, like, humanized and became, like, this fucking water beast again. Like, they're like demons in my mind. Like, I don't like them. They're creepy. Like, they take children away. Bad Oceanids. Scary Oceanids. Like, what? The only nice ones that we've met are one step away from killing us just on a whim. Like, they're just bad Oceanids. Fuck Oceanids. Again, it's like finding out your granddad's a Hilichurl. Like, they're just, what? Like, these are bad. And like, we found out the Hilichurls were just human beings who were having a bad time. But this is worse. These are Oceanids. And Oceanids don't get any. I'm a vegan. Like, I love all the animals in Genshin. I don't like killing them. I don't want to use their meat for making food. Not even in Genshin. But Oceanids, they can get it.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
So she don't even know what's going on. But ultimately, she's a god, but she's also an Oceanid. So I've got like the worst Archon ever, the Oceanid Archon. Like,
the me you see before you now is that divinity.
it's you in different clothes.
And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina.
And that's what we all wished for
She
and
could
got.
feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished.
Bless her.
Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings.
Right.
But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect.
Thanks to the 100
She
bitches.
was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be.
Fair enough.
Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
So like you made a puppet like
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy?
these Archons.
The Hydra Archon, alone, weeping on her throne.
Yep.
In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy.
Well, sort of, except she's partly
Under
you.
the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
Not really.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being.
But she's made a part of her.
I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
But she's not real. She's made up. The god made her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
What?
It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Sounds bad. We've been going through a bit of it with all the fucking talking in Genshin Impact that's been going on as well. I know how it feels. This is Furina's inner world. This is a reflection of her inner self. I can speak directly to that self and might get to know what I want to know. I came here for answers. I'm going to talk to her. Brilliant. I hope I don't have to click buttons because I'd quite like to go to the bathroom and just let it play. Talk to Furina. I get to run over here myself, but you can't climb up there, so you have to run all the way over here. Go around on the steps. Now I'm up here. It's quite cool, isn't it? Scatter! Scatter! Let's get one of these out. Cheer her up.
Don't be scared.
I
see everything.
I see everything. This one actually is a real god. This one's a real god. So this, yeah. Look at her! Look at her! All right, let's have a chat.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Furina.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
There's no audience.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalors, the eyes of
I know. There's no getting through to her, even in her heart. She's still playing the role of the Hydra Archon, but she's like a puppet that's been created to do that, so of course she will. I've got to find a way, apparently. Oh my god. Turn off all the spotlights. Alright, will do in just 1 second. I want to take a bathroom break. You're alright talking to each other, aren't you, for a minute? While I take a bathroom break. You don't need me to put a video on or anything, do you? We can leave it poised at just this august moment. Oosh. You've enjoyed yourself with the memes on the pictures.
Dear audience, the performance is
hello.
experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not.
This?
The guards shall resolve it soon.
Fighting on the stage. I haven't brought my fighting crew. I've got no I've got no Hydra on my squad, but I suppose these are Hydra enemies, so maybe I don't need it. They're not going to put up much fight anyway, are they? Look. Can I turn off the other light as well at the same time and get the other one on the go? No. Come at me, yo.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards! Propagate! Scatter!
Commit it to memory.
You asked for it.
I should have Water Traveller on, really, shouldn't I? I don't want to swatch Traveller out, but I kind of want to have a wet character on the squad, but it means swapping out Nahida. Can I swap out my squad? No, so I'm just going to carry on then. It's not about the squad anyways, it's about the story. That's all the spotlights turned off. In Furina's heart, they must have symbolised the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I just received some sort of signal. Was that a true voice? A ticket? When did that end up here? It's all got weird, this has. There's my ticket anyway. For the show, the big show. There she is, look again. Either way, it looks like the show's about to begin. Here we go. Hi, Star Rays. This is the big send. You missed a load of it, unfortunately, but this is a. It's supposed to be a big emotional send-off for the whole thing, but I don't know what's going on now, really. Basically, she is the god, but she's only half the god, and all the people are going to suffer, and they're all made of oceanids and stuff. You'd have enjoyed it, maybe. I thought it was going to be something different than it was, really. I'm not sure if I am going to feel emotional at the end of all this, because I'm a bit thrown for a wobbler myself. But this is cool. Look, we're walking up to the mirror. It's just us, no powers. Just doing the walking.
Furina. Furina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me?
And yes, we're allowed to make emojis now.
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you. Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror me?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that. Mirror me. What do you wish to say? The prophecy. Have you heard of it? What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Oh, very good. You know it well. What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass? Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it. But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too? Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat. Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty.
I've also noticed that she's got her hair lopped off in this bob, but the other Mirror Me has got the long hair, and earlier on when she was in the office talking to Neuvillette, it was actually a character with long hair, and I was going to comment, oh, she's got long hair underneath that bob. I didn't make the comment, but now I'm remembering it, and so I'm just mentioning it in case.
For the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt? You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you. Huh? Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
So is this the first conversation they had?
You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
Hundreds of years.
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Apparently everyone will be saved, so... Scene 2, a session speech for Rena. Oh, it is. This is like a... But why don't they just animate it then instead of doing it in these fucking... Oh, it's me walking to the throne and doing the speech. Great. Like, why don't they just animate the fucking bastard? Yeah, I get it. Thank you. I'll walk up to the throne. Nice and slowly.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god?
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Appear earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all.
Why is she saying this stuff about not really being the god?
Focalor, the god of justice. I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest.
I get it, and this is what
What's
turns
the
her
difference
cocky.
between her and an ordinary person, then?
So now she acts all cocky and everyone believes that she's special.
ask me,
Interesting.
Perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the
I get it.
role. Calm down, Verena. Assertive, with a strong sense of presence.
such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them?
I was just testing you. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I get it.
Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Weird.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
It's just made a really interesting comment on the nature of celebrity, hasn't it? And, you know, oh, you know better than anyone else, you think you're better than everyone else, but, like, by nature of acting as if she's better than everyone else, everyone thought that she was better than everyone else. Weird.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Summon courage.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Am I supposed to be choosing here? Turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine! There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalors, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Okay, I get it. Yeah. Scene 3, the Opera House, Furina. Walk over there.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent.
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things.
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties.
She's waiting for the big trial for hundreds of years.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right.
Yeah, she's got the long hair now,
Deodaria,
look.
is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again...
You're such a...
So now she's holding court. She's a god.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
It's like telling the whole story that we learned, but telling it all again on the stage like this. So fair enough, I guess.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And yes, Genshin, you've made me feel like I've lived 20 generations doing it over and over again. Yes, well done.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
She's saddest.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer?
That's how I feel when I'm going through all the talking.
Years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Scene 18,237/6 Opera House funeral. Like it's like what it's going on for a long time.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone, although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's me.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
And then I double-crossed her and took her into court and examined her.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes?
Yeah.
In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really all right? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it. Long and hard.
And then boom, we're in the court. So she didn't get a chance to think about that. We fucked her over. We could have got that sorted. I just feel bad.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine.
Oh, she was never going to tell us then, yeah.
Everything will surely get better.
It's quite interesting, think about how people have things inside they want to talk to other people about and they find it difficult. That could have been quite interesting in that
All
angle.
you
But
need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
And here we are. Yeah.
Fine.
Fine. That's me said that.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
Yeah.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's Gnosis with me.
Oh, the Gnosis.
Yes. It would seem so, wouldn't it?
The Gnosis, I'd like to get my hands
your
on that.
understanding of this device
Pull the bag-
still
the
lacks
two we get hands
sufficient
on it.
depth. In
chair's banging
truth,
against the
it is
table
no
here.
enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Good. Whatever.
Beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
Doesn't even make sense, but
It
get on
was
with it.
all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon.
But she is the Hydro Archon.
The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority
Okay, I
of the
get that.
Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of
No,
this
we're not
planet.
having a Hydro Archon anymore. We're not having one at all. She's breaking the seat. Yeah, she's saying, like, fuck this. We're not having 7 gods, Hydro Archon. We're not having it anymore. So that in some way invalidates the prophecy. And like I say no, let's have the Hydro Archon. I've just wished for her, saved up all my wishes, wished for her. Let's have the Hydro Archon and let's fuck off all the people into the sea and they can become Oceanids. The Hydro Dragon gets all the power now. I've fought a few dragons along the way. I mean...
But...
She going around barefoot.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more.
Good.
O Hydro Dragon Sovereign.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
Yeah, but I don't feel like crying about it, really, myself.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
It's been a convoluted fucking journey, hasn't it? Yeah. and they've dragged it out a bit too much in this last sequence. They could have the bit on stage where we walked slowly up to do the different things and all that. That should have been edited just a bit more concise. You're having a little moment now, look.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
But she'll still exist, just the throne won't. So she'll just be a normal person now. So I suppose she won't exist, just the person part of her will exist. The human that's lived for 500 years under the curse.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime?
And it doesn't even make sense to me, really.
Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed.
Right, so all the Archons and all of that is based on the theft of the power from the dragons. Got it.
I, for my part,
Didn't we
am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you?
Okay.
Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself.
You want me to check AD's chat, stop the clock? Hang on. I'll do it quickly, just in the background then. I'm checking. What is it? Oh, you want me to check AD chat? So I'm checking Alan's actual chat in his broadcast. You want me to check AD chat? In Discord, quickly, AD chat. What, you want me to see this new? Yeah, well, that's cool. Thanks. I'm not doing it now. You chuffers are discussing. Yeah, we'll do next time. We do it when Jess is on the stream, so we'll do it on stream live. We'll put the emotes. We probably could do it at the end of today's broadcast. Keep it, on your hats and all that. But right now, I'm not going to get messing about with it. But yeah, thanks. And I need to remember to turn off Alan's stream, which is fucking diabolical. So let's bin that off because we might watch it later, but I'm not having it on live. Thank you. He's got 80 watching, so I won't be one of them. Let's get back to this.
So, if the theft
The
of
banana,
the
okay, the
primordial
banana's
sea's
great,
might was
but we'll do it
Fontaine's
when we're doing
original sin,
when we're doing the memes, whatever they're called, emojis,
Then, leaving matters
Thanks.
of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others.
So the prophecy won't come true. She's going to sacrifice herself, and she set it up to do this. She needed to store up a load of power so the machine could be strong enough to kill a god, or at least the concept of a god. And then by doing so, that's her. She's the divine part, so she's going to be binned off. And then Fontaine will exist forever now, and the people won't get turned back into Oceanids, and who appeared to be the Archon, the one we wished for, she will continue to exist. I don't know how long for. Maybe she's forever cursed. I don't know. But that's going to be okay.
At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long.
But really, the prophecy doesn't really completely come true, because in the prophecy, the water comes up and they all get turned back into Oceanids, and that's not going to happen, is it? Or is it?
Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, What verdict shall you pass upon us?
Upon who?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too, at last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel.
I mean, are they getting turned into oceanids or not?
You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are. Surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Oh, so... Oh, thank God for this. This is what we should be watching. Instead of me clicking through it, this is fine.
Is almost here. For
This
the
will be good.
sinner, the curtain
Hopefully.
call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common.
So you only get your barefoot character for a little bit, and then she's gone.
Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
So it was a bit emotional, but not like major emotional. Not, yeah.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Right, you never have to get turned into an oceanid again now. It doesn't matter if you go in the water either, I don't think. I'm a bit confused, but yeah.
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Oh, we've got to fight the space whale now.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Let's go.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Come on.
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that
I get
will
it.
come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Let's do that. Fucking space whale. Yeah, if I had a baby, I would cry a lot. Yes, you're right. What the fuck am I doing? Where is it even? Where even is it?
I've already done my best to
Oh
separate
shit.
the power primordials safe from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source.
Am I supposed to be attacking it now?
Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We can
pop it
open it together.
That didn't do anything. It's one of these where you can't hurt it. I didn't even get to choose my squad, so I'm going 3 Dendro, 1 Pyro.
To hostility.
Look at it, the big space whale. Have that, you stuffing big space whale. Fucking have that. Oh, you can hurt it.
Let's get it on.
But not much. Destroy the Hour of the Maelstrom.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger
All-devouring narwhal.
Its chance will present itself.
Bad space whale. To be honest though, I like the space whale. I think it looks cool. It's my friend. I don't know why it's an enemy. It's my friend, really. We don't get eaten. Oh, we don't have a choice. Oh, we want to be eaten. Because we're going to kill it from inside, like Jonah. Hello, you. I like your sword. Fucking dickhead. I wish I had a Hydro character on my fucking squad to complete my elemental selection, but we'll go with this. In fact, it's a real annoyance that I can't choose my squad before we go into this. It's kicking off loud style though, isn't it?
You my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and
Do
use my
what?
power to suppress its root from within.
What do you want me to do? I don't even know what's supposed to be happening now. Just like, don't die, don't die, don't die. Fuck.
Manifest the authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea.
Who's this dude? I like basically can't hurt it. Am I doing it wrong? What's going on?
Stay put. Everyone hold hands.
I've got a powered the mimosa on me, look.
Don't be scared. I see everything.
Could have done with Wet Boy in this. Power of the mimosa. Just think, remember the power of the mimosa. Yeah, I fucking knocked it over there, look. Now what happened? Power of the mimosa. Splosh! Space whaled. Look at this. It's covered in polygons. Who's this? Now this is the one. Who's that? She's chuffing back in the hole. Who's that? Don't mess me about. Who was
Thanks
that?
for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
She's the top one. She fucking threw him in the hole. Child gone, thing gone, fucked it off. Like, I've been fighting that. I've been having to, like, threw him in the hole. This is the top one. This is the top bins one. I've just spent my... I mean, I've saved a load of Primos for my next wish, but, like, you know, you think I'm wishing for Narviva or whatever. This is the one. This is the top one, the new one. Best one. She's got socks and boots with that astrological, like, you know, magic going on in them. Like, who's this?
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
You're not telling me a space whale is her pet and she's messing about with space whale and it's got out of control, and like she's that powerful that space whale to her is just nothing, and like to us it's like the end of the world and we have to fight it, and to her it's just like it's gone. So like I don't think we're ever going to get to play as her, are we? Because she's like the most all-powerful being that I've ever... What's even going on? It feels like we're jumping the shark a bit. We're like going a bit weird here, but who is it even?
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Disciple, your master's pet.
That power. Who are you exactly?
And who's your master?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right?
Skirk.
It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
Skirk. So she's a bad Fatui then, basically. I'm just really confused.
I simply did not have anything to say to
Skirk.
Luke. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
No, she's not a Fatui. She's like, Child's got a special master. No wonder he's doing what she's telling him. Look. Jeepers. She found Child in the abyss and taught him to fight. Right. I forget things. Skirk. Like, she's the best one so far out of all of them. She's jumped straight to the top of the list. I mean, we just had the Archon that we were like, this Archon's great, she looks cool, let's all wish for her, we like this one. And now she's in the bin, this is the top one, right to the top of the list. When do we get to have her?
So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of a person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative, it eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master?
Bit of boots.
Well, Child's master's master.
And look.
Wait, is that right?
All the special characters, all the really special characters get this magic clothes that do this, like, you know, you can see the stars in their boots, yeah? Right? Well, Paimon's got that on her cloak. And, like, Paimon doesn't realise how super powerful she really is, I'm telling you.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
What?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
I don't care, I'm just interested in Skirk.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous.
Like, if she can do this, she could be on our team.
How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
Skirk.
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
What?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you.
Oh, I don't want to click through this too quick, because once Skirk's gone, she's gone. But look, Skirk. Skirk's the best one. Skirk.
Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest.
She doesn't even have a vision or anything, does she?
As such, the Fontaine back on the surface
Oh,
has
does
most
she?
likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over
It's only short
should
as
now
well, look.
be in full swing.
What?
No, the prophecy. The
Not
prophecy.
to worry.
Yeah.
Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Does that mean they're all dead? All the little Melusine?
Hey! Help! Over here!
Save the Melusine. Where's the little Melusine? The little chuffers that were skipping around. Boat people now, look. Oh, this is a big old boat that was being... It's a flying boat.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
It's him now, look.
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand!
For a minute. I haven't finished getting all the chests from Fontaine, so they're going to have to put the water back down.
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Yeah, but he's still not really an Archon. You don't have God power, and I've still wished for you, so he's fucking not... What's her name? What's the one with the name? Skink. Skink. What was her name?
Renewed. The Spina di Rosula attacks
Skirk.
post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula.
It's not
and
Skirk.
we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, boon or bane of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team.
Don't know what that's going on about.
Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news if you have...
Are you sure?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on! Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
More. There's more. For a better tomorrow. Go to Poisson. So wait. It wasn't all crying and like there was a few emotional moments, but like everything's now running the same. It's one of these where it all gets reset to be the same. No one knows any different. We all know what went on. The people don't. There was a big sea. The prophecy happened, but it wasn't as bad as all that. And now everything carries on. Plus, we're now going to have a new location, are we? Which is going to be a big floating ship in the sky somewhere. I'm assuming there's going to be a big floating ship in the sky somewhere as like next location. Like somewhere on the map, maybe. And basically, we got through it. Some interesting notes, some interesting, like, you know, things happened. Overall, Skink was the fucking awesome best one. Whatever her name was. What's her name? Skink. Shirk. Like shark. Like Shork. Shirk. She was the best one, but we don't get to play as her or have her on the team. And I've got...
I have high hopes for this journey.
Someone who's not an Archon, but everyone thinks is an Archon, and basically acts as an Archon here forevermore, assuming she's now uncursed or cursed, or I don't know what the fuck. And she hasn't got any powers, but somehow she does have powers, look, because I can do that. So I don't know where that comes from. But she's not as good as all that. She's got a vision. That's where the powers come from, I suppose. She's using the Abyss as an element. Oh, no. So this is human, it's not the Archon. But it's what's left. So, but... like, this one's an Archon. Super God power. This one, not an Archon. Just wished for her. Got her. Not an Archon. This one is. This one not. Whatever. They chiefed me.
Chivalry will never die.
They chiefed me. Right, where are we going next then? Are we going for loads more talking? How much more talking is there? Naida's not the Archon. She's the rebirth of the Archon, but she's the Archon. Isn't she? Why'd they have to make it so fucking confusing?
There's still a long road ahead.
Like, as the road gets longer and more confusing, I like it less. I think the, like, honestly as well, they tread very careful to this whole space alien whale fucking thing going on. They need to tread very carefully about that. Who's that then? On the statue, who is that? With the dress. Has she got shoes on or not? That'll tell us. I need to climb up there. I think she's barefoot, isn't she? So that's the god version of her. With the long hair, look. The long hair is the divine aspect. Nice hair. And the reason I just resonated with that is so that I can spend my new constellation point. Can I know? Wait, did I not just get that? What did I just get? Finale. I got the memento of the whale. What did I fucking get? I don't want to... I got something for my teapot, maybe. I don't know what the fuck I just got then, anyway. I got something. Blue it was. Not that, that's Paimon's food. Oh yeah, look. Tears among the stars, a drop of water obtained from within the colossal beast who coveted the primordial sea of life. And it goes with my tainted blood from defeating Dvalin, my moon monolith fragment from defeating the vortex in battle or whatever, my funerary mask from Signora, my silver twig taken from the branch at the centre of the world, my realm dispatch that I got from Tubby, that's quite important as well apparently, and Child's Vision. Now I've got that. It's just a thing that I've got that just sits there. That does just, I've just got it. They do like to mess me about a bit. I'm just going to quickly resonate with the green statue. And then we'll go and see about this finale. I feel like pushing it. If there's just a little bit more talking, I'll go and push it. And I want to get it finished. You know, and like this is Sunday Genshin. I want the main quest thing finished. I want to be like. I'm surprised that wasn't the end. To be honest. At least you know who the Archon is around here. Apparently, sort of. That's her. That's the Archon. I've got her. At least I know where I'm at with that. I feel like I'm getting gaslit by Genshin Impact. Where's the quest going on then? Here. Finale. Poisson. Okay. I'm assuming it's not going to be all fighting. It's going to be all talking. Which is fine. I'm not taking my fighting squad is what I mean. I'm not setting up for fighting. I'm just going for the conversation. Where is it? What? Where'd you want me here? Oh, they're up there, look, they're up there. Who's she talking to? No, get away from her.
Navia!
Get away from him. Who's that?
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
Who's this?
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Hmm? Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Don't hang around with the Fatui, Charlotte.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work.
You stay away from her, Garunt.
Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats.
Yeah, sucking up to you there. Fuck him off. Get rid of him.
But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
Or maybe bad Fatui?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clarion?
She's everywhere.
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Clorand, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
Is it taking... Is it... Oh, I took them when I was doing my...
Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Paimon, you look good in all the photos.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
She's off taking her photos. There you go. Old Charlotte.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
Go on then, bye.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to
Same with
brag,
cooking.
but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sigewinne, who told
Sigewinne.
Monsieur Neuvillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Go to the fortress. Of Meripede. Go back to the prison, which is not my favourite place in the game, but we will do what we're told. Hep. To the fortress of Meripede. Let's have a chat with old Wriothesley. Charlotte's taking me around everywhere to get the scoop.
Guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've
Nostalgic.
been missing us.
Was here last week.
Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
He's having his photo taken. She's had the photo taken.
Hey, no,
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Sir, please.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it.
No, I just...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
They keep it downstairs. Next.
Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up?
Okay, get on with it.
Getting pretty lively here. Oh,
Here's
seems like
Sigewinne.
everyone's Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Sure. Come on, Miss Sijuane. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention.
So the ship's not even going to be out in the
That's
environment.
why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes.
You're too kind, sir.
And they're doing an interview. Great. Well done.
I see. Lots of things happened that
Lots
day.
of things happened, yes.
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news.
Well done.
Oh, actually...
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good. Feels like we're just doing endless talking now for no reason.
In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thank you,
Thanks
Rothley.
for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler. Let's go. Till next...
There'll be an...
Maybe. Who knows?
Rothley ended it right at the right point then.
The docks.
The docks, okay, for the same sort of, but it's the last stop, and for the same sort of conversational run around. What do you mean, the docks? Oh, right at the start. Go back to the very start. Back to the start. What do you mean? What, down at the bottom? Down at the bottom of the garden, among the birds and the bees, there's a lot of little people. They call the Poddington peas. Here we go. Doody doody doody. Back to the very start. It's been a great adventure in Fontaine. It's nice, isn't it? And then you go back to the start, and it can all just stay there, and it doesn't have to be really connected to the rest. I don't think it ever will be completely connected to the rest of the map. To be honest, I don't think they're going to plan to fill this in and like lead you into Fontaine in that way. I think they kind of want it to be its own like separate water space place up on the thing over there, separate. I don't know if North will get Chesnaya from here. I don't know, but it feels like they want us to feel like, you know, it's got its own special up on the thing space. Do I want to hear rumours? Yeah, if you want, yeah. Don't mind. About zones. Well, we've got fire and ice left, haven't we? We haven't got many left. So it feels like there's too much space for it to fully connect up.
They really are here! How did you know?
There's a T-town on Leeway more near to Fontaine.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently,
Traveler, Paimon. And Miss Charlotte.
Everyone here works at the docks now.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What magic sort of pocket?
Gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things.
Good.
Trick a friend.
Magic pockets. There's some sort of joke
you
here
could
that
just
I
make a
missed.
friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Oh, Fremine, you could be a friend. Friends. Okay, move on.
Is this what you... To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants...
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Travel? Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events.
That's alright.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well...
The other port's working. We could even go down, so... Oh, you mean like the other port up and down to this place, yeah. It just doesn't connect up properly, does it? Like, it's not the same. They've isolated it by putting it up on this plateau, so like, my hopes for a complete map. I don't know if I can open it now. I can't open it now, but my hopes for a complete map I don't think are going to come to fruition.
After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's Gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Oh, you're never going to give me the Gnosis. Hang on. Father and Neuvillette opened up negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's... No! At the end of all this, Neuvillette got his hands on the Gnosis and handed it over to the fucking Fatui. You stupid.
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child.
I don't
Furthermore,
care.
Father did also lend
No.
significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
I did loads. I fought the space whale. Where's my Gnosis, you fucking dickhead? Neuvillette's a dickhead. All the power's gone out the Gnosis.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this.
Maybe all the power's gone out the Gnosis. Yeah, there's going to be an
I
explanation.
suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself.
Great, let's go and ask him now. I don't want to
They
talk about
say
this
that he's
anymore.
returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds.
That's true.
That's what happens, child. Fair enough.
So
We've still got his...
shocked by such a simple
vision, but-
switching of sides?
Who's this now? Oh, it's the fucking knave. Yeah, you can piss off.
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes.
Bad.
Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world.
Yeah, you're the baddies.
Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things.
You're the
As for
baddies.
you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration.
I don't collaborate with you, you're
Good
the baddies.
things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Baddies. Please help us deliver child's... No, don't give her that.
A vision.
Oh my god.
All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Are we stupid? We've just given up a Gnosis and a vision in one turn. She's fucking...
That's a wrap for me.
Charlotte, take a picture of this. She's got the Gnosis and the vision.
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Take a photo of this.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
Just take the photo, I'll get it sorted.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not
Hold
be able to serve
the
as a
Gnosis up in one
subject in
hand.
your article.
And the
However, feel
vision up
free
in the
to
other.
write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming.
I'm just fed up with
The
this
sea
now.
breeze is quite pleasant.
They stitched me up at the end.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence.
Good.
I didn't even dare to take a picture.
Oh, you stupid.
Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews.
Thanks.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go?
Everyone's got magic
Here,
pockets.
Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
Because at the very start, he was making magic pockets, and that's how we got started on all this.
To move things about?
Shut up, Paimon. Just have the magic pocket. We'll throw it away later.
That's right. I guess this must be life. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neuvillette's doing?
These chuffers are alright. I thought these chuffers would drown. Look, these little chuffers. These are the ones I was most worried about. And the dogs. But these chuffers are alright, and the dog over there is alright. So everyone's alright, everyone's fine. You're alright. I thought you might drowned, but you didn't drowned. So, one more story, yeah. We're going to see Neuvillette at the fucking Opera House. Of all places. The Opera Epiclese. And... let's see what he's got to say. Did I pick up loads of things along the way? 15, no. we got a free wish to have in the wishing fountain? In the strange wishing fountain, have I got any wishes? Hang on. But I haven't. No, I've got none. Okay. Just wet feet now. I'm going to go and have a go at him now. I'm like, Neuvillette, why did you give up the Gnosis, you fucking chuffle? Well, am I going directed around the back? Oh, it doesn't want me indoors, it wants me around the back. I'm going to go and have a pop at him. Neuvillette. Am I supposed to be going around the back? Look for Neuvillette. I fell off! No. That was close. That was really close. Neuvillette, I've heard you've been fucking handing out Gnosis. Where's my Gnosis? I've heard you've been handing out Gnosis. I give up the fucking... I'm the one that's give up the vision. I should never give that up to her. Now she's got 2 visions and I've got 1 vision. No visions.
Oh, you really are here, Neuvillette. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Yeah, go on, explain about the Gnosis, you dickhead.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Alright, let's...
It is strange how words can often...
So he's telling us all about it. We already know, so now we know. We all know.
That's what happened? Focalor destroyed, but Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics.
Right.
But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet.
Mental, but whatever.
In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans.
I know.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
And apparently, that's the first time they were really born. It's a bit weird.
And in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
Listen, Focalor's getting a lot of credit here, and I was the main one, I think we'd all need to remember. Like, I was the one that fought off the fucking space whale.
It seems from your expression.
I don't feel like I'm the main one in this one.
You wish to ask.
I feel like these other chuffers have been doing more stuff than me, really. What do I
Ask
want to know?
away.
I want to know about the
I'll
Gnosis.
tell you the truth as I know it.
About Fontaine's Gnosis, look. All this other stuff I can ask about. I just want to know about Fontaine's Gnosis.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something.
Leaving aside their intentionality, the 2 Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more. And I do not need the Gnosis's power.
No, but I do, you fucking dickhead.
As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
No, you give me the Gnosis and we fight the Fatui. Are you stupid?
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave.
No, I don't care.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
I've got no more questions. I don't care what else. I could ask about all this other stuff. I've got no more questions.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis.
Paimon's got another question about the
When we
Gnosis.
spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
He just told
No
us.
wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
Share away.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk.
Skirk
after sending
again?
You 2 back to the surface.
Skirk's come up again.
It went something like this.
We like Skirk. She's come up again. She's the best one. Skirk. I'm happy if Skirk's got something to do with it. Do we get to see her? Don't say her name and then not show her.
Well, we're
Yes.
going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
Oh, we left him there with
What
Skirk.
next?
The
Kissy.
all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference.
Kissy with Skirk.
I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
It means you're a powerful dragon and
Of
you've got a
course.
gnosis.
How could I forget?
Dummy.
You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
The gnosis.
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
It's the gnosis, you dummy.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Give it to Skirk.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me.
Just give it to Skirk.
But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
You're stupid, give it to
I've been
Skirk.
training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I
The
was
Fowl?
young.
Hang on.
And I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him.
Is she abyss-based? Therefore, she's training with the Fowl. Is she a baddis? Don't give it to Skirk. Hold on to it. Don't give it to Skirk.
It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense.
The Fowl's not for
Which
to
is
eat.
why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans.
Yeah, but it's got to be bad, hasn't it, if it's called the Fowl? Like, it's not going to be good, is it? I like Skirk. She's pretty and she's like all powerful, and she's got like the space whale that we were trying to kill. He's like she just banished it into a hole. But now all of a sudden, like she's on the baddies. I don't know. I'm just really thrown. The whole of this today has just thrown me left, right, and centre all over the show.
Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune.
She's conning him
to
into getting
prevent any
the gnosis.
disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
Curses the gnosis.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Who's your disciple? And this didn't explain anything about the fucking gnosis. It just she talked about it. It's still a powerful gnosis, and he still handed it
That's
over.
what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
No, you didn't pass on the gnosis, though, did you? You passed on the information, you fucking dickhead.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
Oh, is that what she said?
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Yeah, in that we would fight over it to try and get it, but we could have it if you just gave it me, and I could take it away, and then it wouldn't be here, so then you would just not worry. Like, this is stupid. They're dead person's parts loaded with a curse. Yeah, but we still want them. They're like, we come on here, right, we've arrived out of nowhere, we'll give it that, we'll allow that. But then, it's starting to piss me off a little bit because we've gone around, we've met the gods and the archons, and the gnosis are pretty important, and then we're fighting over them, and we've got some and they've got some, and now we're just handing them out. We just don't want them anymore. Now, if anything, they're bad, and we just don't want them. I'm the fourth descender, which means there were others. I didn't realise, oh, I'm a descender as well. The remains of the third descender. Wait, does that mean the remains of my twin, or is he the fifth descender, or are we both the fourth descender? 1, the gnosis are related descenders. 2, the ones that came before me has already died.
I guess that you might already be familiar with this concept. That means that the gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
What, if I'm dead, then they can turn me into a Gnosis?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision.
Yeah.
That does. No, let's not think about this stuff right now. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I don't know why we're so happy that he just gave the Gnosis
I too
away.
believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information
You know how I
is
feel
lacking.
about these Gnosis.
The same is true of being at court.
Alright.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
Bless.
She sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
It's all about Jesus, isn't it?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Very nicely said, Nivelette. Now shut up. Thank you. Completed. And now I get my reward thing, yeah. Thank you. Right, Nivelette. It's been good. It's been real. This wasn't as good as the so far it goes Inazuma, Vision Hunt Decree, that's the best one. And then it's followed by, I think Mondstadt's got a lot to say for it because it's quite straightforward and you get into the game and like, you know, like it's an interesting story, it gets you in the game and like, yeah, so followed by Mondstadt, then Leeway, I suppose. Will that mean I'm putting Sumeru at the end? No, Sumeru's probably better. Like, Sumeru's better than. So it'd go Inazuma, Sumeru, Mondstadt, Leeway. This is the worst one of them all. What am I doing now?
Water jet!
Water jet. Okay, let's give myself a thing. I haven't even used this these skills. You know, I haven't even used the water skills because they're not very good, are they? Like the big water ball thing's a bit rubbish, isn't it? But the funny thing about it is that Fontaine itself is the fucking best, coolest, best. Like this whole place has been absolutely brilliant. Like the exploration, there was Swimmis. The prison bit was a bit boring, obviously. But all the other stuff has been really fun and I've really enjoyed the space. Like much more than I enjoyed the desert. I didn't even start to do those things. Just didn't even bother with that. And in the big pyramid down here, if I skipped one of the chests by mistake, it led me on by mistake and I missed a chest and I got cross. So there was that. And I haven't explored all of this. There's teleports I still haven't hit. But Fontaine, no, I really enjoyed all that. Went a bit weird at the end, I think. So that's it now. That's the main story done, yeah? No crying, really. Not as good as the Vision Hunt Decree. I think it's a bit hard to measure everything by the Vision Hunt Decree, but ultimately, you know, it is the Vision Hunt Decree. So, I don't know, I felt weird about it. Strange story mode, really. Like, quite a departure from what I actually consider to be the day-to-day running around and doing of the game. And now, they've taken my new cool character. And now what's she now, then? Not an Archon. Not an Archon, though. Kind of an Archon. New cool character, anyway. And we're probably not going to get Skink, like, anytime soon, are we? So... No, she's like Shark, but she's with an eye. Skirk. We're not going to get Skirk anymore, are we? Oh, she's not likely to come. So it's Navia next. That'll be cool. She's going to be not Dendro. She's going to be the worst ever. What was that noise then? Did they just make a noise like there was something on the map that I should have gone and said? What happened? Like it was a Homunculus. It made a Homunculus sort of noise. Yeah, we're not. I don't think we even will get Abyssus Elemental, will we? I just think that's silly. Like, just think we'll forget Skirk. She's just a character that we never get, but she looks cool. And if she's from the Abyss, she's bad, really. Anyway. I'm left a bit like, you know, all that's gonna have to settle on me, really, rather than like me feeling like I've confidently gone through. Like, if it was a film, I'd be like, when's the sequel? What's going on? Like, I'm a bit left confused. I know I've worked it all out, and I know what's happened, and it's all happened, but it's just not, oh, it's a bit, yeah. It's definitely not as good as the Vision Hunt Decree. It is what it is, I suppose. It was quite good. For everyone that's still here and is watching that likes a bit of Alan, a few have disappeared now, but we'll do some Alan bits, and, you know, he's done a show tonight, so we'll skip through a bit of that. Am I all Genshin'd out? Really, I should grind the domains. I don't know what's going to happen next here then. Like, are we not getting any more of this? Do you know what I mean? Like, where does is this the end of Fontaine? And was that the end of Fontaine? I don't think it'll ever connect up this way. Like, I think they'll do, like, because there's 2 more expansions. I think they'll go somewhere to the south here. There's just so much space here. I think they'll go south of Leeway, like you were saying. I think there'll be something down here. Like they'll connect up to this, but Shesnaya being northern, I think they'll probably bring it off this way, off the original this way. And I think they'll leave this as its own sort of island out in the middle of nowhere like that, in the same way as this is sort of just left out as its own little place off on its own. So we've got one more with fire, probably this area down here. And then one more with ice, which is Shesnaya, isn't it? Probably this space up here. And I think I was looking at it and saying, look at the size of the map. Every time they extend it, it means that they're going to fill it in. But I don't think they ever will fill this in. They don't have to. Like, it could have been a linear pathway, but they've stretched it round and back on itself, if you know what I mean. Look. Like, this could have all just been a linear pathway. In fact, that means I don't think they'll connect Shesnaya off here. I think they'll connect Shesnaya off here, won't they? But they took us, like, you know, a slight branching path over here. I still haven't found that. That's weird, isn't it? Well, I found it, but I haven't done it. Because I thought we'll save it for stream. The game is good. The game is good. Big up Smarv, it is good. I complain a lot about, you know, the story mode sometimes, but it's big, epic. Like, when you consider as well, it's free to play and it's ongoing. Like, there's more to it. Like, I mean, I've been playing it, like, Crawl's been playing it for years. Like, I've been playing it for over a year now, for sure. Yeah, it's big and good. I don't know if I feel like underwhelmed or not by that story mode there. Like, I feel like Fontaine's really good. The story mode was median, like a bit mid. Like, there was some interesting moments, some interesting themes, but it didn't. Like, they just need to do another Vision Hunt Decree Volume 2. Like, Vision Hunt Decree was the best one. You're off your feet, like, oh, come on, yeah. This was a little bit, like, weird. And to not give me the Gnosis at the end and to learn about its powers but not give it to me is a bit weird as well. And then to show me Skirk and then Skirk's gone. Oh, that's a bit weird. I've still got a lot of exploration to do. Don't really know what I feel like doing now. What's all this in my... Okay, I've got these to do. That's still days on the thing. I've got this. I can claim stuff. Thanks. This has done something in my book. My guide. Oh, it's giving me another thing. Thanks. And in my bag I've got something new. Which is these houses that I can make in my teapot, which I'm just not going to make in my teapot ever. And now I'm in two minds about these characters. Like, I feel it. I tell you what, the thing that I feel was a bit of a chiefy thing to do was to offer us this and say she's the Archon, like she's the main one, she's the best one, and then through the story to sort of take her down a peg or two and denigrate her a bit and like make her into like not the best main one anymore, and like Skirk's so much better now, and like but we've just wished for her. And I haven't even got the clothes that make her look like the Archon. She's not even the Archon, she's the human form of the Archon that's going to persist and exist. I don't know. It feels like they gave you a new shiny toy and then afterwards they said, oh, it's not that good though, look, here's another best thing. Goru's at 42, Charlotte's at 28. She's going to sit down there with Goru forever. Because we're going to get Navia soon, aren't we? Same as Nahida. Nahida's a twig of the tree, I suppose. But I see her as like the rebirth of the god, so like when she grows up she'll be as powerful as the god, she's just little. But I still see her as the main god one, and she can read everyone's minds and stuff. Like... This one literally has no powers. I mean, she's still cool. She's got the Hydro Vision. She's still cool. Like, you know, she's still one of my characters. But it's a strange journey we've just been on. Quite a strange journey. Natalan's going to be even more weird. I bet it will be, yeah. Is that Fire World? What I'm hoping for is Fire Healer to go on my squad, but I don't know if I'll ever get that. And Benny doesn't count because he's just stupid Benny. I'm hoping. And where's Sigwinny? I want Sigwinny. What I want next is Navia, I suppose, is coming, isn't she? We're kind of certain of that, so I want that. And Sigwinny to be on the banner as like a little 4-star. I don't think we'll ever get to play as Skirk. I think she'll just be in as like a cool character that, you know, like maybe at the end of it all, they'll just throw out some like coolness, just like, you know, once you've had all the like they'll say there's going to be another zone, even though you thought we'd finished, there's going to be one more zone and it's going to be the Abyss, and we're going to throw everything at it now, and you can have Abyss characters that have got all the elements, and you know they just go a bit mad at the end, and you can just like, you know, have everything, and then they'll probably do like Genshin. Like Genshin Eternal or something. Like the game like it's a weird one because the game will want to persist online, won't it, for new players that are halfway through, and like there's no point in saying, right, we finished it, so we're going to close down now. Like Genshin will persist, but how are we going to keep producing new content, keep releasing new content? We're not. We're going to come to the end at some point and they're going to move on to the next game, I think. But at the end there'll be like this epilogue space where there will be a team left creating new content and new stuff, but it just won't be as big and expansive a main story. And in that space I think you'll just get a rotating banner of this, like every now and then there'll be a new character still, but it won't be as important because it won't be relevant to any of the main story, and then there'll just be this rotating space of banners and events, you know, endless events maybe, so that new people who are playing the game can play the whole game, and people who want to jump back in and check in with the events can jump back in, but the main story will be done at some point, I hope. Natalan, says Naya, and then we're going to go to Canria, and then the Abyss, right? Yeah, so that makes sense. That makes sense. We still need a weekly Genshin. Well, when the game finishes, the game will be... I mean, I hope that one day it will finish, and that I will have seen... Because I didn't get in on the first start point, and this isn't the first ongoing game. Like, in a way, you could call MMOs the first ongoing games, but this is different. Like I said, I think this is somewhere in the middle of like a... Because it's one player versus environment, it's free to play, and like Fortnite it's ongoing, yeah, but this has like a story that you know, it's like a big story, and it's like saying we're going to make Star Wars 5 films, 5 years, and we're going to release them bit by bit. But you know they're all going to come, like, you know, it was all planned in advance. It's massive. So I'm really enjoying being part of that experience. But for me, if it never ended, I'd be cross if they tried to keep selling at me after it was done. You know, I'd be like, look, I went on the experience, I did the years, it was a major big thing, it was really fun, but I want to move on to the next, like, the team, the technology, whatever, it's all going to move forward. So it would be a mistake to sort of stay stuck in the past and just keep making the same game forever. The next one they make could be even better. And that's not Honkai Star Rail, that's like at the end of the whole Genshin Impact process, once a really big bow has been tied on it, and it's like something like Star Wars. Okay, for Star Wars there is still content being made, and, you know, it expands the universe and stuff, yeah, but 2.0, yeah. Like the next story, and I'll be happy. I don't, you know, whether I go on the next story or not, I don't know, but I'll be happy that I went on this one, I guess. Because I do want to see the conclusion to our story, yeah. As the Traveller. And I don't necessarily enjoy, even like great, like, I'll tell you the one I'm waiting for, and I don't know if it's quite done. Where are we at with that? Is Aliens, Ridley Scott did Prometheus, and that was a huge, excellent part of the whole big story. I like the big story like that, but I don't want to have to wait years and years. But at the same time, I don't want there to be like endless Alien versus Predator films to fill in the gap for me. Like, yeah. So yeah, this has been really good, I guess. I'm kind of a bit thrown, but it's been